Hi. We observe before us the remains of last stream's tragedy. An unfortunate result. Fortunately, there was no loss of life. And so what could have been a major tragedy has instead been downgraded to a major inconvenience. And so we move on. Welcome. As you can see from this wreckage, we've previously managed to land on Minmus. We managed to do operations on Minmus, and it was only through the power of driving headfirst into a rock going downhill uncontrollably that we ended up losing the rover and most of the science aboard. Crew managed to escape fine, though. It was a little bit harrowing, though. But we gotta pick ourselves up and proceed. We still gotta get more science. There is not going to be much math today. The next great endeavor of mathematical operation will be when we go interplanetary. Or we could maybe do some like Apollo-style rendezvous stuff, but I'm not ready for that, and it's sort of unnecessary here. So, we're just gonna keep doing what we're doing. Fly out to the moon and Minmus, new biomes, get more science, and do all of the good stuff. Let's begin. Go back to the Space Center. There's a lot of just random garbage around here. Is another part of the rover sort of doing a wheelie in increment pieces, apparently. We have the memorial flag. These seem to be the main things that have survived. There was a rolling cargo container earlier that I saw, but I think it exploded. It was empty. Okay, so priority, we could try the rover thing again. I feel like doing rovers is a good idea in the long run. I think just our rover, the one we had, was pretty bad. But using the science that we got last time, we were able to get some composites. And with these composites, we have the opportunity to make a better rover. One with better ground clearance. And, hopefully, lower weight. Let's start there. Something nice and fun to do. Yeah, look at this. We got a lot of structural components right now. I think I want something that is real small to start. But we kind of want this to be as, like, light and framey as possible. We'll put, like, weighted components on the bottom to try and give us some low center of mass. But for the most part, we want this to be pretty high clearance. I'm even imagining, like, I-beams. But we're going to need a surface eventually. Maybe a 6 is too small. Let's go for the 12. I want to see how small a command seat is relative to... Okay, that's pretty good. We can make a long rover. We could make a huge rover. Some sort of, like, flying... Not flying. But, like, some sort of large facility on wheels, almost. We're going to be in the structural tab a lot today. I'm almost thinking something like this. Get the wheels on this and just have it roll. But rover wheels, for the most part, are side-mounted. As we can see here. We even have the huge wheels, which may be overkill. Might want to stick with the medium wheels as we did last time. Let's get a frame. We're gonna need a business section of this thing. Remember, did we get ion propulsion last time, or was that like a future goal? I think it's a future goal. I don't see it on this list. Okay, never mind. Ooh, an even smaller one. Equilateral as well. Let's start with some 12s that we assemble together. And I'm doing this to make sure that they're attached at the middle joint. I don't know if that's a real concern I need to have, but I can have it. Three should be plenty. Next up, for the ends, we want... I would like to have something that sort of splays down and then horizontal, and then put the wheels on that. Almost like these put at a... like low angle and then made horizontal at the bottom through some method. These plates are a little too big, I feel. So maybe these 6? Possibly we can put the wheels right on the end. Do that, and they kind of look secure. I mean, comparatively. Feels almost feel oversized for this. Maybe make it longer. Oh, I could put these on hinges and they could like fold out to deploy zone. That might be cool. Maybe unnecessary for this. I'm curious how the ultimate weight of this will compare to the ultimate weight of the previous version. Okay, I'm moving the command seat up, and this might only be a one-seater for safety purposes. I want to see if I can put the science so close that it'll just work. And to test that, let's get Enman on board. And then as the other side of the test, we'll put the storage unit right in. So the question is, can Enman transfer the science without getting up? That was a major technical limitation that I would like to see if we fix it with this. If we do fix it, we got some good opportunities to just never leave the chair. So let's see here. Conduct material study. We do not care about the results, but we will keep the results. No. No, we cannot. That is unfortunate. I was really hoping we could just, like, right-click, get Enman's actions. But Edmund can just stand up, restore, reboard. So maybe move this container a bit forward, and Min will sit there, the science will be there. He'll just stand up, do the things, and sit back down. There's no way to restore it just natively because we have a scientist on board? No. Okay. That's a conclusive result, though. I'll take it. Most of the internals of the rover will go underneath the mainframe. So move this a little forward. Seems good. As far as the science, we know what we need. Actually, I'm gonna rotate the assembly around just to allow for this to be put on the side here. We can also give it the standard scientific suite. Let's do barometer, thermometer on this side. Then we'll do accelerometer, gravioli. The magnetometer boom will not be useful. We are on the ground. You can't do magnetometer experiments on the ground. We can also employ the classic long scanning arm. Principally, I would like it to be a little higher, so it's not clipping into anything of worth. But to do that, I think I'm going to double it with the cargo supply by putting it on top of this cargo box that I just found lying around. There. Now it's got plenty of room to sort of reach forward and do its thing. And this is basically just the top of the rover. Very little extra fluff on the top. Keep it minimal. There's even a part of me that wants to put the science underneath, but that would undermine our entire attempt at making this a high rider. We will use the bottom, just not for things like that. Our entire goal here is clearance. Okay, what's next? What's next? Got the science. Got all the science. We got the cargo. We got the pilot. We want power, I think. Want a good supply of power. We're going to be very likely doing night operations. There, that looks good. Like a proper battery array. In fact, maybe a half push forward. Ooh, that looks nice. This one's not meshing at the same distance as the others. Probably because it's on a different part. Well, that looks good. Moving on from that, we also want to include the emergency monopropellant. But this one, I think I want to use like a proper sizable tank. Even something like that. It definitely threatens our clearance. How much monopropellant is that? 120? We can do better with the radials. 720. Where's the elongated one? Do we not have the elongated one? This one's too big. Yeah, let's search up mono. Yeah, okay, we do not have monopropellant in the elongated one. Which means we'd have to use the roundifieds and just have them be long. Which is fine. Except for the fact that they kind of clip through the bottom. Maybe it's not worth it. Maybe I just do this. It's also a decent attachment point for any major thing I do. And the clearance is still nice. Now we need monopropellant control. And there was one major issue with the previous design. By putting the monopropellant strictly on the front and back, we did not have forward or backwards thrust. I'm gonna fix that. Okay, so that's everything except lateral. Like, we won't be able to yaw. Okay, well, we will be able to yaw, just not efficiently. Unless... Ho 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 ho! Let's go for orthogonal 5-horn. Just for all the possible angles. Bit extra thrust going up and down, but we will be under the effects of gravity. That is desirable. Yes. Okay. Next up, we want some amount of probe control. And that's going to also require or call for proper unmonopropellant RCS control, which we now have. The probe itself, there was a lot of advantages to using the Rove Mate because it gave us some decent radar coverage even on the ground. Ultimately, though, I think we're going to have to swap to the Octo 2. Maximum FOV of 72 is not very good for this, though. You look at this one, max FOV is 10. But it gets incredibly good FOV whilst on ground. It just doesn't tell you by how much. This gets no benefits, and anomaly detection is mediocre. This is the best anomaly detection you can buy, but only if you're on the ground. I kind of want to mount this going forward. This way, if I lock it to prograde, it will make sense. Which is something we may want to do. In that case, let's make the SAS crumple zone technology to an extent. Actually, no. Let's keep that clear of obstructions. Let's put the SAS here, and then the coupling will be the docking port junior here. There. Now we will have a way to attach to whatever vehicle transports this thing. I am really considering adding hinge technology to this. What does it look like? Like, curled up. It's gotta get past the arm, so it can't curl up too much. Once it's deployed, it won't have to retract again, so we could keep it out and the arm will be fine. I want to go from that angle to that angle. What kind of hinges do we have to make that possible? Well, I mean, like, hello. It kind of does. The alligator hinge provides us an interesting option. Because in theory... Ooh, this is these are some awkward angles. Oh, wait. Is that clear? No, it feels almost... This is a weird... These are weird angles it's doing. Get back on the big hinge. Okay. Maybe we start from a normal wheel. An unrotated wheel. That looks good. Another possibility I thought of was, instead of doing it like that, we do it from surface mount like this. And out. But even like clasps the interior side good. And then from here we could like rotate this inwards. So like it's retracted like this almost, and then it goes, and then we have our wheels. Start that at 90 and see what it does. Nice solid attachment. Happy about that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. implies that each rotation is 15 degrees. So if we do 1, 2, 1, 2, that would be 30 degrees. So this would be angle limit. Oh, too far. 120. And that's fully deployed, theoretically. Question is, how does it look curled in? I'd love to curl it in further, but it's going to be hitting the wheel on the other side. I think 55 degrees is our best option. So say we did that. Attached to basically the center of these. The same lateral distance out. Seems like it. Harder to tell, though. Okay. From here, we can add a communications method. This is going to be a rover, but maybe we want to give it relay technology. And again, maybe not. $2G, 15G, 500K. Let's just go with the classic surface mount Communitron. Right there. Basic, simple, efficient. I also think we're going to need the... Oh, I know. We'll use the gear action group to control these. No. Yes. Does that work how I think it should work? I hope so. Let's try it out for a second. What I'm hoping is that when I press the gear button, it will extend to deployment angles. While we're here, we can also test other things like the RCS. Okay, here. Nothing. Oh, that just turns off the motor being a thing. It doesn't set the target angle. I see. Alright. Can we fly? No, but I suppose that's not really a thing we were trying to do anyway. Let's check how this runs anyway. Just open all the hinges manually. That don't look correct. This doesn't look correct at all. Wait, that looks better. Hey! Nice. Alright. Got some problems. Once again, I think this is an issue that we're going to be having. Because, like, we're fighting the two great forces. One is we want good vertical clearance so that we can dodge the rocks and just drive over them. But at the same time, we want to keep the center of mass as low as possible. Giving it another 60 degrees. And then I'm going to move these out. This will give us, like, maximum wheelbase possible. And each of these, the angle limit is going to be set to another 50, another 30, sorry. It'll be 150. Go. Alright. And then to control the wheels, I will just cancel our gear action group thing and just be like, nope, 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 nope. And we'll get one of those controllers. Place it right over here. All right. Here we go. So the plan is we are going to axis fields. Excellent. Target angle. Target angle. Target angle. Target angle. We want us to just open each one of these individually and lower it at the end. And I think there's like a clamp button. Oh, it's this one. Okay, target angle. Okay. We open this up. We set this to... Ah, okay, there's the clamp button. Found it. Clamp it. Clamp it. Clamp it. Clamp it. No. Yours is 150. Clamp it. Okay. Now we should just be able to run this and it will activate everything. So put this on gear. Do toggle direction. We should only have to play the sequence once, unless we want to pick up the rover and put it somewhere else. But for something like that, we can just override this manually. That one never got changed. That corresponds to the very first one. And now we clamp it, and we should be good. All right, we're trying it. Okay. Wheels deploy. Base is low. Looking nice. Very, very wide base. I'm doing, like, sharp turns at 29 meters per second, and I'm fine. I think this might be a winner. Only problem I see is maybe the monopropellant is too low. So, putting it low is what's giving us our low center of mass, so I'm hesitant to move it. Other problem I'm seeing is we have no power generation. Oh, that was a nice drift. Gotta add some lights, too. And a second science container. offset those to the angles. Maybe move the remote controller in between them. Gotta remember our strategy. Oh, drive under here? Nope, I'm drifting. Well, I certainly think this is an improvement. What's that over there? Oh, right, that's the previous prototype. I got turned around, I thought I was going south. Well, I'm generally pleased with this. I think we can call this good. That is good motor control. Now we just add all the features. So what kind of features do we need? Well, it's mostly just going to be power. Some form of electrical generation. We got the storage, just not the power. I have some just urge to put something on top of this. That looks good. It really doesn't need to be much. Also remember to move this to a separate location. Actually, put it underneath, let's say. We got plenty of space for it there. We want to go twin bore on our science measurement instrument storage containers. And let's add some lights. Let's see. Blink period, pitch angle, rotation angle, those do not assist us. We also have the light strip regular. A bit too large for that frame. So I guess let's make a dome light. All like, oh! Let's put the flag on board just to represent that explorative spirit here at the FAE. Nice. What else? We got lights, we got control, we've got power, we've got attachment. 120 monopropellant. Maybe I should swap it out for the smaller. I just had an idea. What if I did this? Just bring the original Rove mate with us as like an undercarriage. It's a slight bit shorter than the monoprop. And I think it kind of works as a method of, like, it'll give us access to CurbNet good. It'll give us our forward access that we want. We don't need the Hex or the Octo 2 anymore. So maybe get rid of it. That opens up the front of the craft for maybe the monopropellant. Okay, it's a little too big. What if we put the monoprop like right on the side, embedded as like a horizontal thing? How many of these do we need to match 120? They're 20 each, so we only need 3 on each side. So 1, let's put them up. 1, 2, 3. Put this one over here. Then use the global alignment to get those positioned nice and secure. Again, this one refuses to align good. I assume it's because it's on a different part, and I rotated those parts to do good stuff. Okay, so now it looks fine. Okay, lower carriage exists. That also defines our, like, strict clearance. It also means that if we clip a rock in such a way that it, like, goes under, it will miss the batteries, hit this, and that might help drag us, like, down and still have control. I kind of like that. That clearance is okay, I think. Maybe we still need to split the difference and go for a... That don't look good. I feel like the... Ooh, this is something we have an opportunity to do. Put a triangle on top. Little triangle head. Neat. Alright, what's the center of mass looking like here? It is ever so slightly above this line. Now that's good. We want it to be as close as possible to avoid, like, loss of control. I think if there was one thing we could do to maybe lower it is add more batteries on the bottom. Which I will do. Even still, it's not going any deeper. That will have to suffice. Meanwhile, let's box in the science a bit more, get some power generation, even if the sun's not in an ideal angle. We could even put some solar panels out the side here. Might not have room for it. The 1x6s might be fine. I just worry about the arm a little bit. Not enough clearance here. Not with these. It will have to do. Okay, this is our new rover. The XO1 was FE16, so this is FE17. What are we naming this thing? Is it named? Is it nameable? I suppose we should name it after what its objective actually is. This is the bold over. Because it's supposed to go over boulders. I think it's a good name. Okay. Now how do we get it onto a proper rocket? Answer, same way we did last time. Inside the VAB, as we examine our craft, the Exo-Nun test was just a simple rocket designed to get the original Exo-Nun into orbit. Wow, this thing looks bulky and heavy now that I'm looking at it now. Wild. Remember, if I know how to do this right, we go to the spaceplane hangar, we take the bolt over, we merge. Here it is. Ah, okay, I think do this, then we do this? Wow, that was easy. Splendid. Also, hello. Okay, so clearance. Okay, the wheels are a little more jutting out than I was hoping. Ideally, this rover is going to min-miss. We need to replace the previous rover, which crashed into a rock and exploded. Looking at it now, it seems like we have a bit more clearance on the wheels. We can set the angle limit on the interior to something lower. Maybe 50? No, I'm not gonna mess with it. Just keep it at where it's at. But this needs to change. Recenter it, because our new center of mass is a lot closer to the attachment line. Let's see that. Center of mass. it's a little forward. So if we're attaching it like this, we want to offset this ever so slightly up. Get this translation line in line with the center of mass. That seems right. That seems proper. Are the wheels still an issue? Only the top one. See how bad this gets. Out here. Up we go. And over. FE17. It's not. It's a little tougher without a map. The big issue is you're going to waste a lot of fuel doing corrections. And we've been to Minmus before. We just need to get there again, get the science. Okay, Bulldover test is ready. Enman, you better not be on board. Okay, we are good. I think we got enough relays that we should just... Sure you can. Well, you can't use the maneuver tool. I mean maneuver in the more general verb sense of making a change to your trajectory. But we know the basics. And we got our own math to work with. Okay. This is Rover 2 to Minmouth in 3, 2, 1. So far, so good. Our base is pretty long. Hopefully that means that the fairing won't cause too much drag and flip us over. I'm even going to start turning now. We'll get ourselves into orbit, and then we'll do our patented getting to Minmus method, which needs a cooler name. We want to go high just because I'm scared of the fairing being too much instability to the drag. Kilometers going up. Okay, now let's start turning over a bit more sharply. There might even be an argument to keeping the solid boosters around just for added aerodynamic stability. I don't know if it's that extreme of a problem. Stage. Okay, yep, it's a problem. Okay, we're flipping. Lock prograde, darn you. Stabilize. Okay, we're going for another flip. Slow down early, slow down early, slow down early. Okay, we're stable again. Oh boy. We definitely lost some fuel on that maneuver. Thankfully, this doesn't need fuel to do a return trip. And we've got some pretty good margins here. Orbit's going to be a little bit eccentric, but we can fix that. Actually, we can't, but I don't care. 47 kilometers, 1,000 meters per second, going due east-ish. I think this will be good enough. And with an extra 2,500 meters per second in reserve, I think we're going to make it. 5,000, I think I'm going to stage the fairing now. Oh, I can't stage the fairing. My staging is messed up. Let me just fix that real quick. There we go. Now stage the bearing. And no big disasters. Rust control is listing slightly. Let's just stick to prograde. 9,000, 2,000. Okay, this should be vacuum. Let's get to apoapsis and circularize. How are we going to circularize without the map? You haven't asked because we've done this so many times. I'm glad you didn't ask. Shallower ascent than I was expecting. Wait, we're not even in vacuum. That's hilarious. Let's just thrust up temporarily. I didn't realize how fuel efficient I was being. Okay, ignore the fact that it's flipping. I don't care. And pause. All right, we are at apoapsis. So let's go to the data. As per the apoperi calculator we have made before, our current apoapsis is 70719. Target altitude is basically circular, but I'm going to go 7,500 just to be safe that we're not going into the vacuum for a target velocity of 2,297.2. Let's do it. 2297.2. Yeah, I mapped the heck out of it. That's what I do. Alright, that's definitely circular, and it's definitely above 7,000. We could go to the other side and circularize, but for what we're doing, it doesn't matter. Next up, we got to get our phase alignment to Minmus. I forget where I put... Yeah, phase aligner. I don't have the... No, that's the phase aligner. That's step 3. We're on step 2 right now. I don't think I remember where I wrote down the launch angle for Minmus out here. Radius survey wasn't this, it wasn't this. Maybe it's in my drawings from last time. No, these were for phase approach. It's gotta be one of these. This is for aligning the phase once we're already in the same circle. This is for... That was for determining mu. Oh, here we are. 63. Yes. So 63 degrees up, that would be 30 degrees down. We're going to overshoot that because we are going to be overshooting our velocity into Minmus's area. Which is fine. Which is totally fine. So, where's Minmus? There's Minmus. Actually, seems like it's in a good position. Let's just launch... Here, how far? Actually, that's a little bit too shallow. I can explain the math. I can exposit. We got a long mission ahead of us. I may as well have something to do. First, let me just get the Minmus thrust orbit going. What's our angle right now? We want it to be less than 30 degrees under the horizon. Well, under the virtual horizon. Okay, it is under 30 degrees. We align by the left of the text. So I think we're good. Alright. Prepare launch. Let's get this trajectory ready. We have our estimated semi-major axis of Minmus at 47 million. Here we go. So that's going to be our target radius here. Target altitude no longer matters. Our current altitude right now, I paused the game, 71459. Good. Target velocity of 3,218.8. Okay. Three, two, 8.8. So. Oh, do we have reserve fuel? We don't have a reserve tank on this for the return trip. I'm going to stop when we get to 100 meters per second remaining. Just because I like to deorbit my lower stages. That's why I give them probe cores after all. That's good enough. We are staging. 3218.8 is still our target. Or when the camera shifts to escape velocity. That too. Yeah, that's escape velocity. Alright, we are now coasting, and I will now take this time to give you the math exposition. So, the basic fundamental thing for any orbit that we're taking advantage of is the fact that, you know what, I have this drawing area. I will use this drawing area. So when you're dealing with an orbit, you're dealing with a thing of constant momentum because you're not accelerating. Technically, gravity's happening, but I don't know, space-time, you don't have to actually think of it as a force. And that means that your momentum at the bottom of your orbit is going to be the exact same as your momentum at the top of the orbit. Momentum is just... Okay, momentum is not the correct way to do this. It's potential kinetic energy combination. But for an orbit with inverse square law, it narrows down to something that kind of looks like momentum. At any given point in your orbit, your radius, or your altitude, basically, times your velocity is going to be the same as your altitude times your velocity at any other point. There are awkward things you have to consider, like the angle of the velocity might not be perfectly up, down, relative to everything. But at 2 points in the orbit, the lowest and the highest, your velocity is perpendicular to the radius, so the math is perfect there. So for any given planet, you have a low point, a low altitude high velocity, and a high altitude tiny velocity. So if you know you are at some altitude in, say, originally a circle, and you want to get up to a certain altitude, you can take the ratio of your current velocity and altitude, use it to figure out this sort of like scaled constant for a circle, and then just multiply up your velocity until you get the target radius you want at the other side. You can't do it purely with this conversion factor. You need to know the mass of the planet, basically. And we figured that out through a large amount of tactical measurements of how long it took for orbits to happen. We could have done it with like how strong the gravity is at different altitudes, but the basic idea is that we found that locking conversion, marked here as the planet's SGP, or standard gravitational parameter. You put that in here, you get what you need. And this is all like the intermediate math numbers you need to know for doing the calculation. But the basics is, you got your altitude, you want the altitude on the other side. You know from your altitude what a circular velocity is. You know what you'd have to change it to get higher up. Here's your conversion factor. Run it through. There's like a cubed root in there somewhere. Yeah, here's the heart of it. This square root of gravitational parameter, averaged altitude of the orbit, how elliptical it is, and your starting radius. The exact formula isn't as important as this specific relationship, which is what we're exploiting to make this convenient. It means that only thing we can do is go from the absolute bottom of an orbit to the absolute top. We can't do anything in between. But doing anything in between is not fuel efficient anyway, so we'd rather not. Anyway. Since the gravitational parameter is the same for every celestial body, we make one calculator to make that conversion for each planet, and we're good. Okay, next up on the assignment is step 2.5, really. We need to get to the min-miss orbital altitude of 47 million and stop. Like, pause in our tracks. And this one requires a lot of patience and gentle conversions of time warp. So we're at 4 million, our target is 46.4. Because Kerbin's radius is 600 kilometers. 600,000 kilometers. With us doing this, we should be vaguely close to where min-miss will end up. There's min-miss off in the distance. About halfway there. Planet with min-miss. $33 million. Getting close. Also, the sun is making it hard to see anything else. 38, 39, 40 million. Okay, let's start getting careful. Go to 46 million and then start slowing down. $46. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Slow the ship. Time warp a little closer. The more exact we are to 46,400,000, the easier this will be. Now. I'm a little too late. I underestimated our acceleration. Okay, looks like we're on a collision course with the ground. That's to be expected. This is not on career mode. I refuse to deal with money. We are simply on science mode. Okay. We're holding steady at 46,407,000. And now we want to go circular. So, consult the charts. Pause it. Here's step 2.5. We are at a cruising altitude of 46407,000. I've typed in an extra 4. And also a bunch of other wrong numbers. 46407,000. And we basically want to circularize that. Though, more accurately, we want a target radius of 47 million. So, needed velocity is going to be sideways 274 flat. Good to know. 74.0. Try and get us back on the 90-degree line. Too far. Thank you, monopropellant. That's a benefit we haven't had before. Okay, we are now in a circular orbit that is basically the same circular orbit Minmus is on. Where is Minmus? I lost Minmus. There's Minmus. Okay. Next step. We want to get the angle that Minmus is below the virtual horizon. So go to locked camera, align ourselves with the Milky Way galaxy, or whatever galaxy this is, and then find Minmus. There it is. So now we need to get this position good. Measure its angle to the best of our ability. Okay. How aligned with forward are we? Okay. If I align it with the rover's legs, and then just spin the craft around manually with like arrow key rotation, that should mean we're in the right plane for this. And Minmus is at here. I'm gonna call that 17 degrees. I think 17 degrees is good enough for this. So here's the tricky part. Looking at the horizon, Minmus is 17 degrees below us. And in particular, it's 17 degrees behind us. Which means we need to slow down. We need to make our orbital period longer. By how much? Well, that's for the phase aligner to figure out. Right now, our altitude is 46407,000, as mentioned before. But that's not including the radius of the planet. So we're going to need to add a 600,000 to that. This would be 47007,000. And our pitch degrees down is, we're saying, 17 degrees. This gives us two options. A targetable periapsis if we were trying to accelerate, and a targetable apoapsis if we were trying to decelerate. We are in front of Minmus. Minmus is behind us in terms of the direction we're going. Which means we want to slow down, so we're taking that apoapsis. And we put it as the target radius here. So, I forgot a step. Cancel the math, We need to do this when Minmus is on the ecliptic. Otherwise, it's going to hit us at a point where, like, it's physically above or below us in eccentricity. That's technically workable. But I'd like to just do it. We're not going to be able to do it. The sun is completely destroying my ability to see the Milky Way. Also, our position has changed, so I need to put a 1 in there. It's completely marginal difference, but I care about it. So we paste in that, and this orbit that we're making should be the phase change we need so that when we come back to what will be periapsis, in one orbit, it will be in line with Minmus. We circularize again, and really we're just at Minmus now. So 281.9 is the target. Try and do this fast. And if this doesn't work, it'll get us close, and then we just try again. 281.9. We're there. Okay, back to normal camera. We now wait one orbit, following Minmus, seeing what it does, and hopefully it should just approach us. It doesn't get more complicated. Like, the math is the same in terms of what we would have to do. The big issue comes from the margin of error being so huge that I can't guarantee success. Imagine trying to figure out the orbit of Duna from Kerbin using just your eyes. It's what I've had to do with Moon and Minmus up to this point. And I'm honestly surprised it worked so well for Minmus. We don't have to worry about crazy complicated things like eccentricity all that much, especially because the eccentricity of most of the planets is basically 0. Especially when you consider how inaccurate our measurements are, it'll be 0 relative to how bad our measurements will be anyway. So unless I'm doing something like Gilly or Elu, we don't have to worry about it yet. So mostly it's just a matter of precision. And precision is going to be a matter of more observations, taking averages and stuff over time. But the more measurements we do, the more precise it'll be. And eventually we'll hopefully get a good number. Okay, so we're about halfway through the orbital spin. We can now physically see the surface of Minmus. Question is, was our angle of alignment good? 75% of the way there. It's about to approach us. If we overshoot it and come back and it's at a different vertical inclination, we'll just circularize and wait for it to quote-unquote fall on top of us. It's looking pretty stable. We're heading back. We're getting to the periapsis again. Oh, this might be an encounter. Wait. Time warp? We are in the sphere of influence. We've made it. Yep, we are no longer relative to Kerbin. Welcome to Minmus. Oh, I love it when a plan works. Cool. Let's get down to periapsis and start decelerating. I'm honestly surprised. The phase angle aligner thing felt like the most abstract part of the whole procedure. Probably because it has the least math, but It's been going really good. We have been 1 for 1 every time we've attempted to align the phases. There's Sugar Island. That is our base of operations. We're going to try and land there. Now, if you're wondering why it's called Sugar Island, it's because Minmus. Okay. Big fear is that we are going to lose radar. Oh yeah, big fear that we're going to lose radar. Where's my relay satellite? Okay, as long as the makeshift relay has access to Kerbin, I think we should be good. Because we're going over the horizon. We have direct connection now, but that's about to change. This mission is at risk of failure simply because of our relay system being pretty poor out here. This is a probe. In order to control a probe, we need our satellite relay network to bounce to Kerbin Space Center. Otherwise, we lose control and can't do anything. When I say radar, it's a shorthand for satellite relays. Okay, right now we have a connection to the Space Center, which is weird. Oh, we are bounced through the relay. So we're going from KSC to the Botanist, the Etosha relay, then the makeshift, then the Grand Parabolic, which is the base of operation. So we have direct line to Sugar Island. Let's get closer. Now that we know it's safe, we should do this fast, though, just in case the satellites start moving out of position. But yeah. The makeshift is really saving us right now. Usually my flights are manned flights, so radar control is not a problem. We just have the crew on board control the ship. Today, though, I don't want to... there's no seat available for a pilot, and rover launches are a bit more dangerous because it's not a real craft. So for the safety of the crew, we're going pure probe for this one. Okay. 85. We could afford to get it a little closer. Go vertical and just coast over. Extend the wheels. Wonderful. Okay, go back to surface. We don't care about the target anymore. We're here. We're here as we need to be. Focus on lowering our lateral speed. That's Sugar Island over there. That collection of stuff over there is the crash site for the previous rover. We were driving down this big hill and then hit a bunch of rocks at the bottom. Thing turned into confetti. Okay. All right, we're bouncing a little bit. Okay, next step is All right. Rover is here. We're going to have to retune all the friction settings and stuff for min-miss operations, but this is a success. Sugar Island base now has a new rover to work with. Let's go deliver it in person. Activate lights. Lights are good. In principle, we could do some science with this, but it's not really worth it if we can't reset the experiments. We're going to need Enman on site. In fact, there's an argument to be made for Enman to be like a permanent deployment to Sugar Island. At least for a while. Oh, we could make like unmanned sample return craft. Just like a little probe that comes down, Enman fills it up with science, and then it leaves. That'd be cool. We could even make like a carrier for such science instruments. We send them all down, Enman fills up one, it launches, the rest are still ready to go. That's a fun idea. We have fun ideas. Alright, how good is this thing at slowing down? Alright, this is going to be a good test. How good are we at getting over the rocks? Because these are some pretty extreme rocks. Oh yeah, also, let's open up the... Okay. Min-miss is still being min-miss as always. Open up CurbNet. Let's see how our radar's doing. Looking alright. Okay, it seems like no amount of fine-tuned control is going to make the rocks any less of an absolute pain. In fact, it might have just made us a larger target. We can clear individual rocks now, that's good. Not at speed. So I think our days of going at insane speeds down a hill are over. But that's okay, that's why we landed on a salt. Flat. Alright, that's it. Just fly over it. Easy fix. In case of emergency, we can always do that. The only problem is we're going to need a way to restock on monopropellant. The reserves, we don't have mining tech. We could get some mining tech. We can mine some monopropellant on site. Okay, yeah. We are going maxed friction control on this thing. Just floor it. Much better. Much better. Tree's going along pretty good. We have probably half of the 300 sciences. And then there's only the 550s and like the 1 or 2 1000s. We've also completely ignored the aerospace branch of the tree for reasons of what do we need a plane for. But we'll go back and fill that out. Yeah, it's clear that we've just made ourselves a bigger target by designing our rover like this. I'm a little sad about that, but the smaller rocks are now not an issue. Yeah. And we can make good corrections like that. the very least, it's a little more hardy. Yeah, but we're not at Lathe yet, so why would I unlock it now? I actually do want to unlock it now because we need liquid fuel tanks for the Vernier. Not the Vernier, the Nerve. That'll be important for interplanetary, because we are going to be wasting so much fuel on correction burns. The thing I dread the most, actually, is how the heck am I going to calculate aero braking? Alright, here we are at the facility. And hey, look! A rock we can do science on. I'm going to pretend to do science on it. That's not going to be a new tab. That's going to be like several new tabs. You expect me to figure out how atmospheric drag works? That's going to need a new file. What do you mean vessel moved? It's illegal. Ah, whatever. I don't care. I do not have eccentricity. I only have circular orbits. I will need eccentricity eventually, but I am scared. Alright. This is successful delivery of the new rover. Brakes. Okay, here's the relay. We need to rename this vessel. This is not the Grand Parabolic Relay. Grand Parabolic's the name of the ship, not the site. This is the Sugar Island Relay. There we are. To space. Okay, with ninth rover delivery, we can now send a crew. I'm actually going to send the crew to not the rover immediately. We're going to land somewhere else on Minmus, get science there, and then hop over to Sugar Island. Just to get that variety. I also completely forgot to destroy the probe landing rocket core. Anyway, here's the tech tree. May look familiar to you. I should have just gotten this. Put him on the rover. Oh well. Think I'm saving up for better fuel tanks so we can make wider things and wider ships so that we can have wider stuff. But for now, this is going to be a very standard mission. I don't remember if I took Roncott or Tedamone last time. Oh wait, before we forget, let's save the proper staging on this thing. There we go. Open up the Grand Parabolic. This is the Grand Parabolic. Our crew, make sure Enman's on board, Enman's on board, Tedamone's on board. Roncott, swap you out for Catbro for this. Okay, technically, we could throw away a lot of the stuff here, but maybe we have enough fuel on board for... Yeah, okay, I have an idea. Most of the science we've gotten at Minmus is from the flat, so I'm gonna try and land on one of the plateaus, like the real highland stuff. I don't have much in the way of mapping of Minmus, so it's mostly just check what places we haven't been to before. But the process is the same. We're turning it into a science. We're turning it into a routine, which is really the goal of all, like, major engineering operations. Make something so easy, it's boring, and then you're amazed at how boring it is. Okay, this is the Grand Parabolic, going for landing on Minmus number 3 with crew. Targeting some new location and then hopping to Sugar Island in 3, 2, 1. And yes, this is a purely solid rocket lower stage, even in the middle. It's a very experimental design, but works quite well. I really gotta pick up some of my garbage I've left around the station and in orbit. They're cluttering my HUD for finding planets. I should also stop launching at nighttime. Difficult to see anything. Get ready for stage separation. Rendezvous would be a very similar process to how we do Minmus encounters at all. Just on a smaller scale. It's even easier because we know exactly the parameters of the orbiting body's orbit. We don't even have to guess about that. It's the same phase angle calculator that we used before. Just get them both into a circular orbit at the same altitude, and then change the phase of one to the other. The only problem is precision. But once you get close enough, you can just go forward at relative speed and just get there. Okay, we are getting into high altitude. Get ready to stage in 3, 2, 1. Bearing deployed. Oh, sunrise. Sunrise. Oh. Solid rocket stage is getting a little toasty. What's that down there? Oh, wait, that might have been from when I tried to fly it to another location. Just to test it in its landing procedure. I remember that. Oh well. Well, we're in space. We gotta wait till apoapsis. Coming soon to theaters near you. There's probably some research that we can do at like the poles or the mountains or whatever, but it's not going to be all that much. Just like dropping the bucket. We'd rather go to another planet. At least Minmus. Minmus has some. Moon has some near the poles as well. We've been sticking very equatorial for a lot of our stuff, simply because inclination is not something I've solved yet, in the general case. Okay, 99282. And let's say 100,000 flat. Oh, nope, sorry, target altitude 100,000 flat. My mistake. 2246.8. Makes sense. Oh, right, this thing. I forgot. The Grand Parabolic still has the Poodle at its upper stage. I forgot I did that. I remember now. I should really swap that thing out for something with higher thrust. $2246.8 regardless. There we go. Yeah, it is, but it's fuel efficient, so I wanted it. It's perhaps the one failing of the Grand Parabolic. The initial rise to orbit is a pain. $2246.8 though. Perfect. Alright. Where's Minmus? This is what I'm saying. All this debris. Yeah, okay. Minmus is over there. Yeah, burn now. Trying to refine this. Okay. So 95915 to a target radius of 47 million. 3161 point nothing. Go. So, we got a while to wait. Now, theoretically, we're going to 3161.0, but in practice, we're just waiting till the camera shifts, and that will denote that we've hit escape velocity and it's gone too far. I'm completely happy overshooting. I do not want to undershoot. Escape velocity is close enough. Man, this thing is slow. It's a good ship, I just need to swap the engine. We've gotten a few newer ones since then. I think it's worth for an upgrade. Oh yeah, brought enough stuff to make another science base. Maybe we should do that. There's a sense where I feel like we only need one base on Minmus. Honestly, not often enough. These colors here in this sort of database of numbers is basically how confident I am with each of them. The radius we know to a pretty solid degree, because that's like strict, and I'm making some assumptions based on the fact that this is a video game made by people and that they would use nice round numbers for them. But things like Kerbin's SGP was done using very rough, slipshod approaches, which I don't feel like are sufficient anymore. But really, I'm using the numbers until they end up being not good enough. Measurements that I do in the future aren't really to correct the numbers as it is just to make it more specific. So I only update if I have a better method. Or if it's really worth it. I expect I'll be measuring a lot for the planets. Okay. As before, 47 million. Sun's really making it hard for me to see. That's Jewel, not Minmus. 2 million. Oh, wait. I think I saw it. There it is. Alignment might be really good this time around. 14 million. 30 million. Oh, wow. I've overshot it. I was being lazy. Okay. I got impatient. I apologize. This is fine, though. We can fix this. All we need to do is zero out here and then go into 47 million, go to the other side of the Kerbin, and then circularize. Not a big deal. I'm just embarrassed. I'm squandering what would have otherwise been an excellent alignment. Alright. Ditch this. Let's get this orbit corrected. 56099,000. For target of 47,237.5. We're there. Okay, flip over the planet once. Get this alignment good. Let's hope Minmus isn't too disappointed with my work. At the very least, on the other side, it'll be easier to measure the angle at a proper time. Where is Minmus anyway? Ah, it's in front of us. Yep, we went too far, and I'm sad about it. Okay, periapsis is coming up soon. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay. Aren't you rotating? Why aren't you rotating? I'm leaving the vessel coming back. Sorry, I missed your question. How long ago did you ask that? Was it just now, or was it a few minutes ago? This craft is capable of returning, yes. It has a sort of ascent stage on top. It's also rated for landing on the moon as well, though I don't think I've tried it with the Grand Parabolic specifically. Maybe I have. My apologies. I'm focusing on the math and the observations. I gotta get better at that. I'm not used to having an audience. Especially not one that talks. Like 4.5 years of muscle memory. Why can't I turn the ship? I can't even roll. Okay, now I can. Oh, there we go. Oh, we're out of power! Wow, we were at the perfect angle for all the power to deplete over time, huh? That's a weird issue. Okay. Oh, this entire mission's a bust. Okay, we need to do another orbit. I can't be operating with no power. That's an interesting design flaw of the Grand Parabolic we'll need to fix in the future. Okay. Now we're here. We have power. We can hold steady. Oh, sorry. The thing was already up. My bad. I also apologize for that. 46285. 1,000. 47 million, of course. 274.5. Good. Good. Now we should be in something vaguely approximating circular. Now let's find Minmus. It should be very much in front of us. Yep, there it is. So... Oh, I apologize for the ads. Don't worry, you're not missing much. I just need to align Minmus with the orbital plane here. You're not allowed to see ads. Okay, so Minmus is now aligned with the orbital plane. Now we want to figure out its angle relative to us and the horizon line. Okay. Where is Minmus? Oh. Little further. Okay. I'm gonna call that 17 degrees below us, but this time forward. That's actually not that bad. It's about as bad as last time, except the other direction. In fact, the number should still be in the phase aligner. Yep. 17, and to confirm, yeah, that's between 15 and 20, so 17. But this time we want the target periapsis that's lower because we need to speed up. To go into... Oh, no, wait. We need to account for our current radius. Our current radius is 46878. 1,000. Really? Yeah, we don't have a precise tool. I had a precise tool, but I don't want to lug it around to every single mission. I called it the Orbungle. Because it's like an orbital bungle scope. So I'm gonna go with a 17 for now. It's the best we can do. Oh, no, we want to paste by value. There we go. And then duplicate our altitude 46278. 1,000. Just to confirm, that is correct. Yeah, 46878. We have 46278 because we are doing altitude here. Okay. So, target velocity is 264.8. The Orbungle is a massive telescope made out of structural pylons and a rotating hinge that I put in orbit. Its entire purpose was to measure the angle of planets to a reasonable angle, which is to say the orbit of Minmus, really. So that I could figure out what its semi-major axis is. It didn't really work. Okay. This should be our phase alignment. So in one orbit, we should hit Minmus. Let's see if we're still 1 for 1. So Minmus is in front of us, so keep Kerbin in view as we sort of spin around here. At some point, Minmus should become visible. Especially on the opposite side of the orbit, where it will be facing the sun. Oh, yep, there it is. I see it coming into view from the bottom. Keep an eye on it. Yeah, but the advantage that this alignment has is that we have the margin of error of the entirety of Minmus' sphere of influence, which is like 2 million meters in radius. Okay, we're halfway there. That's coming across on the other side. Now we should go over. And now it comes back towards us. Oh, there we are. And we're out of power again. Okay, I'm going to use the thrust on the engines to tilt us because we can at least inject fire into them. Tilt enough so that the sun is facing us a little bit. This is a real flaw of the Grand Parabolic. Between the Poodle engine and the lack of power, we really got to redesign stuff. We're due for another... We're due for another iteration on the lander anyway. Not too big of a deal. Okay. Let's time warp a little bit while we're facing the sun. Give the power... Okay, we have power. Let's slow down. It's because I only put solar panels on the sides. So if we're facing with the sun to our rear, the solar panels get nothing. And we're very unlucky with the position we've been working with here. Okay, that looks like collision. Sun's in the way, good. Okay, I can't see below us right now because the sun is blinding. So I'm gonna circularize. Okay, it still says collision, so we're gonna increase our speed. Okay. It's not a circle, but it's above collision, so we just wait until the sun comes up again. There's the sun. Alright, so that's our original landing site on Minmus. Sugar Island's on basically the other side. Oh, so it's based on the camera mode. Right now, the camera is set such that down is south, effectively. But if we're on a suborbital trajectory, as I will demonstrate now, the camera will force itself such that down is towards the ground. So that's sort of our collision detection system. Honestly, quite convenient. It also works for helping us determine if we're at escape velocity or not. Because escape velocity will also point the camera down, usually. So we got this giant mound of salt, or whatever the stuff is. I say we land on it. Yeah. Me too. That's the entire point of this series. It's like, we don't need a map. We have the laws of physics themselves. Because really, the game mechanics are regular physics. And scientists have figured out that stuff, so why can't I? The only thing that scientists have that I don't, that I'm really unhappy I don't have, is they can bounce like radar off of a distant planet to get range finding. I don't have range, only angles. So it makes the math a little more of a headache for me. I'm actually kind of jealous and bitter about it. Okay. I'm a fool. For some reason, I thought I was still in time warp and that my great speed going downwards wasn't that big of a deal. Clearly, I gotta pay more attention. The good news is that the ship's propulsion is actually still fine. Catbro, however, has experienced a traumatic incident. Enman and Tenemone are par for the course. They're used to this kind of nonsense. But that is why we put all the cargo stuff on the bottom. One, for easy access for the crew when they're standing on the surface of the planet, but also for crumple zone technology. A well-executed litho breaking and another near miss on a disaster. The bad news is that we will not be able to do any science because we've lost all the science. Oh well. Hello and welcome to land. I don't know what land it is, but it is some. Okay, Sugar Island's way over there. Okay, Catbro, you stay in the ship. Tedamone, go outside, do a little surface work, I guess. The Midlands, we've already been here, kinda. Darn it. We probably don't have a crew. No, we could probably have a crew report from here. Alright, this is a completely botched mission. We got that. That's good. Okay, let's hop our way over to... Pepper Hill. Yeah, okay. The Boldover is at Sugar Island, so just go to Sugar Island. We've got the fuel for this. Heck, I could have done this with the ascent stage. Still had enough fuel to go back. Yeah, okay. Sure. I like your plan. Keep hopping. We crest this hill, we're pretty clear to go. We're actually still gaining altitude, that's neat. This might legally be in orbit. It's not, but it might be. Okay, now we're descending finally. I see, we're on the other side of the big hill. Okay. Boost us to ascending again. Our altitude above the mountain range, we'll just fly right over and then descend down to the surface. Ooh, it's getting dark over here. Okay. Okay, the descent stage is now out of fuel. So we won't use it. Alright, no more room for mistakes. You have botched like 3 burns on this mission. No more. Got about a minute to impact. Radar altimeter is at 300 meters. $200. $150. $100. $50. $40. $30. $20. $10. Okay, an inelegant landing, but a landing. Just go radial out and then just bounce. I think we're sliding. Okay. Please rotate radial out, please, and then just, like, stop. I think it's the gimbal causing us to, like, flick off the surface. Okay, we landed. I'm time warping to Sunday. Good, now we can see. Well, here's the rest of the ship, surprisingly intact, and actually a functional relay, not that we need another one this close to the old one. This, however, needs to be cleaned up. Impact! Well, we'll just jump back over via the tracking station. It be like that sometimes. go to the rover itself. Here. Okay, let's bring the rover to the crew. Okay, crew's over there. Okay, less fancy driving, please. Let's just pick a reasonable path through all the rock and debris and just go there. There. Not so difficult now, is it? Nice flip, we keep going. Alright, we're pretty home free on this front. It turns out it's just difficult to make a min-miss rover, huh? I'm just gonna jump it. One of these days I'll learn. One of these days I'll learn how to make a proper vehicle. But that's what we got the flats for. Just wide open, free reign, just motion. So I think maybe I make the friction lower in the front. That way, if I lose stability, it will stabilize to keep going forward. I want the back to be sticky, the front to be a little slipperier. Now we're getting some good speed. Check the net. Whenever you have a probe, it will simply... I'm overshooting. Accidentally targeted this one. Whenever you have a probe, you can open KerbNet and it will give you a sort of map of your local area. Depending on the probe body itself, it will give you different like angles, field of view, so that you can see further or more detailed. I have the... I'm using the Rove Mate, so it's designed to have pretty good results, but only in a short area around it. But you basically just right-click on the probe, say Show KerbNet, you get this. I want it because I want to know about the different biomes in the area, so I can know if I'm going to a new one or not. Okay, let's do some more tweaking here. Let's disable steering on the back motors, or the back wheels. And maybe disable the no, we want even spread of motor. Steering adjustment, spring damper, friction control. What I'd also like is like a max speed override. Not really a thing, though. Okay. Enman, our local scientist. Up aboard. Okay, now let's go do a science. Last time, we went that way into what we eventually learned, or eventually christened Pepper Hill Crash Site. I don't want to go back there. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of other biomial options. It's also the closest. I think it's very likely that this flats and that flats might be different flats. Hard to say. Either way, I think I want to just sort of drive that direction. Take it easy. Relearn how to do stuff. EVA reports this is the lesser flats. We know this. Keep KerbNet open. I want to know biome data from my immediate surroundings. Field of view. I want to see the horizon line. Too far. This is the problem with being at like surface sea level 0. The radar kind of freaks out because there's nothing to scan. We're too low. We already got the green sandstone or whatever it was called, so this one we're approaching right now we don't have to worry about. We also successfully got the larger variant that we found on the hillside, so if it looks like a green or yellowish rock, we are ignoring it. If we find something else, though, I'd be happy to investigate. KerbNet doesn't really have anything optimistic to show us. It's just more lesser flats as we go. There's also the danger that everything around us is just more lowlands or midlands, which we already investigated. But we lost a lot of our redundant research during the crash of Salt Hill. Or Pepper Hill. Yeah, Pepper Hill. I think I called it Salt Hill because I'm still salty about it. For now, though. Keep going. Check the fringes. Graph the sixes. Try not to go up any super steep hills. If we see a new color on CurbNet, we should be ready. Oh, that's a good range. That's a good range. Another green rock, no worries. We should expect to see some new biomes shortly. I know this ain't lesser flats, it's probably lowlands. That's funny. Altitude mode's just pure blank. There's no altitude here. More rocks. Most of the way there. No updates on CurbNet. Nothing. We're just too low. We want some good info. We need altitude. But like ground altitude. Okay, prepare to hit rocky terrain. We're gonna have to slow down to much safer speed. Oh, CurbNet updated. There's some data. This is the lowlands, I see. Good to know. Alright, the lowlands is not news to us, however, so we keep going. Alright, get some good views as we look for a new biome. Lowlands, midlands, and lesser flats are all basically taken. So we're gonna need something a bit more eccentric. As for rolling rocks. Good landing. Alright, what would not be a lowlands nearby? Maybe this hill could be a midlands. This could be a midlands. This could be a slopes as well. Got options. Let's try one. In retrospect, I think I do regret not putting an Octo 2 on this thing. I would like the pro grade control. Or just another seat so that Tedamone could have joined us. Careful of the big rocks. Good landing. Keep going. We at least have a system. Hey, welcome back. I'm driving. We're looking for a new biome. Nothing so far. We've made it to the nearby lowlands, but we already have lowlands, so I'm going to try and go up the hill and see if this is a midland, highland, or slope. UrbNet access isn't that strong this low to the ground, so we're not going to get good data until we get there, really. At the very least, we could do some redundant research in case we've got some drip feed we can access. Rover's running stable so far, though. I technically did Midlands already, but that was during the original rover crash, and half of the science we got was destroyed. So there's some still to get there. Like, we get 0.4 from the lowlands. We get 0.8. But no, the lowlands have been exhausted. The midlands, there is some stuff left to recover from previous tragedies. We landed at the Midlands and got surface samples and stuff, but there's other science that we lost on the rover from previous attempt. Is that a new biome? No, it's still lowlands. I'm kind of being forced to go a bit downhill due to the rocks here. I think I'll just try and climb over these at a slow speed. Or I could try and tactically do a wheelie. Reduce the risk of collision. Oh. Gentle contact, we're good. I'm sure there've been tactical wheelies before. Probably in like a heist movie. Maybe they didn't call them that, but they used the concept. I'm imagining in like hit movie Solo, a Star Wars story, where they had to like tilt the hover vehicle to fit through an alleyway. That's a tactical wheelie, kinda. Motorcycles doing a lot of wheelies in movies. Some of them are probably tactical. Okay, I think we've cleared the big rock area. We've got a bit of freedom for a moment. And as our altitude increases, the span of curb net widens, so we gotta lower our field of view. It gives us more fidelity. Okay, slow down here. Heavily terrain. Oh, we're fine. Kind of have to roll with the bounces. Sometimes yaw as well. If you give some allowance for bouncy terrain, then you just can go through it. There's a really big object that we can see at far distance. That might just be another one of those like large sandstone rocks, but in the event that it's something new, I'm gonna drive towards it. It's uphill anyway, which is where we want to go. And as the slope increases, there are fewer rocks, so we have clearance to go faster. Tactical dodge! Kind of wish we had the Space Engineers thing where you could actually use the suspension of the wheels to do like a charged jump with a rover. That'd be really good for getting over these rocks. Just like flare the suspension and just bounce. Okay, we are most certainly ascending now. Raise that field of view. Well, that's minimum. And nothing new on the horizon. Is this all just lowlands? Once we get high enough, we should be able to see the flats on the other side of this hill. The one up there. And that'll let us know if we've exhausted our options this direction. Turns out Minmus does not have many biomes. One of its great debuffs. I know they are for the moon. I don't know about Minmus. Also, awkwardly, we're driving away from the nearest pole. Whoa, 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 whoa! A sliver of biome off to the side. The slopes. We have not been to the slopes. I think we want to go to the slopes. And then up there is normal flat. Interesting. Suddenly we have options. And this is the vehicle to get to them. If I go up this hill too fast, I'm going to jump off and just fly. Okay, so lesser flats we came from. Up ahead is the regular flats, and off to the right is slopes. Like a little bit of it. So I think we should head towards the flats and then sort of turn right, head to the slopes, and then circle around. We'll get both. I knew I was going to lose control like this. Okay. Let's watch our speed. Okay, we have lost our docking port. Frankly, not the most important thing we could have ever lost. We're fine, we're fine. I expect this part to be such an ordeal. Okay, turn around. Keep going. Oh, the brakes are still on, that's why. There we are. Okay. Flat's still in that direction, flat's still in that direction. Okay, slow the heck down, manage these rocks, stop making weird collisions. Watch our clearance. Good, good. That was well handled. I saw that right wheel colliding a few seconds before it happened. But we are still good. Easy. Okay, these are low rocks. We're good. Here's a large rock. I don't remember if this is the same large rock we investigated before. I mean in type. I will investigate it again with the arm. We sit in the middle of the lowlands. We got a slopes over there and a flats. The curb net can't decide which way is forward, but we'll let it wait. Okay. Okay, this is another olivine formation. I'll scan it anyway, just for the accomplishment of having scanned it, but really it will give us no science. Yep. Alright, we did it. Off we go. Okay, yeah, the map's updated. The flats are dead ahead as far as it's concerned. Slopes are off to the side. I don't know visually what thing is the slopes over here. I'm sure we'll figure it out once we go over there. Focus on the here and now, though. We got rocks to dodge. Yeah, I saw that coming. I've been thinking about my tactical wheelie idea earlier, and I'm starting to think that maybe the optimal rover for Minmus is actually a unicycle. I'm aware of the multiple flat biomes, and I guess poles make sense. They are pretty special. Okay. There's a flat. I can kind of resolve the shape of the flats in front of us to what CurbNet is saying, which is a good sign for our ability to transport in the future. We gotta be careful though. Steep hills shenanigans is what ruined us last time. It's not the descent that destroys the rover. There are slopes off to our right. This does not qualify as a slope. We're still on a lowlands. The slopes are that hill in the distance, I think. According to CurbNet, at least. In fact, I'll prove it. Yep, we're in lowlands. As we descend, our view narrows and we'll get more detail, but at the cost of lower range. I expect going down this hill will be fine until we get to the quote-unquote smooth part, where I expect there will be many rocks once more. I'm going to try and circumvent that by keeping left a little bit. Stay on the cliff-ish looking texture, which is ironically smoother. And also watch my speed. I am not going to be safe at 30 meters per second. Yeah, we can start to see the rocks spawning in. It might just be a slope right there. Alright, rock time. Careful. Lower the dang speed. Hard on brakes. Bounce. At least the speed is low now. Okay, stabilize and continue. We've stabilized, we're continuing. Curb net's starting to become useless at this low altitude. Not really a point to looking at it. We know where we're going. Brakes are still on, and I'm keeping them on. I need something to stabilize our descent. Thank goodness for regenerative braking. Otherwise, our brake pads would explode. Okay, we got a bit of a straightaway, and our altitude is, well, our direction of travel is only slightly downhill. I'll turn off the brakes now and let us coast. I'm going to turn curb net back on. I would like to know exactly when we hit the flats. Though I think I can make a good guess. It'll be more important for the slopes because those aren't as visually apparent. Still, like, barely see some slopes right on the edge. Which means I think this is the slope. Hopefully, at least. I was right about this smooth section having a lot of rocks. But it's in, like, individual strips, so we can navigate around them. Just follow the contours. flying straight into rock territory. Tactical wheelie! Okay, I think the tactical wheelie saved us. Oh, we do not want to land on that. Hover. Hover over that. Okay, proceed. Oh boy. Anything can happen in a rover. Back left wheels are stuck on a boulder. Large boulder size of small boulder. Here's our exit. Proceed. Proceed. Really makes you appreciate just how much that Spirit and Opportunity had to go through. And Curiosity. And, you know, all the Sojourner, all the rovers. On Mars or otherwise. Mostly Mars, though, for some reason. Good bounce there. We can almost see the Flats horizon line. Dodging a problem in progress. Tactical wheelie! Good. Nice. Okay. Flats are on approach. Up. Final boss. Some extra rocks. Yeah, we're through. I see one patch of rocks, which we can certainly circumvent by just moving to the left slightly. We win. Impact? Welcome to the Flats. Welcome to spinning out of control. It's a time-honored tradition. Okay. EVA report. What? Oh, no. I think the Flats is where our first landing happened. Before Sugar Island. This was a complete waste of time. Wait, no, I'm wrong. Excellent. This is good data. Get that extra little bit here. No. Well, okay. Well, the flats one, it's useless because we already did some of it, but it's not completely useless because we still got something. The slopes, though, I am confident we have never been there. And all we gotta do is turn left and drive. Unfortunately, we are, again, at sea level 0. So we are gonna have our work cut out for us. We're basically driving blind and trying to find the slopes. Though I'm pretty sure that's the slope. And we got some science. I'm gonna reckon that's about, like, 150. Maybe a little less. Not the point. Point is, we got some science, and now we can get some more. Actually, wait a minute. My first landing on Minmus was a probe, I think? No. We did land somewhere else. But I want to check. Enman? We got EVA, so about surface sample. Okay, reset that. It's 5. All right, not as exciting, but absolutely fine. Boot up CurbNet again. Use my preferred settings. Close enough. Okay, as we head forward, we're going to go back to the lowlands as expected. But beyond that should be the slopes. Let's hope we can find it. I'm going to ride along the ridge of the flats just to stay in unrocky territory for as long as possible. Get closer to the hill in a direction, then turn over and head towards it. Trying to find a good place to disembark. Disembark the flats surface, I mean. One could argue that without context, like without the actual noun you're using, you can say disembark and embark in mostly the same circumstances. Ooh, this seems like a good place. Follow it up this hill, then turn right. Okay, nope, no, more rocks have become visible. I'll still go for it though. Ooh, decent slip, decent slip. We are stable. Okay, these rocks aren't that bad. Keep an eye on CurbNet. As our altitude increases, we have better chances of seeing the slopes from further away. Outside of that, just gently navigate every rock we locate. Well, yep, that's a big one. Oh, yep, that's that was not a tactical wheelie. That was a unscheduled wheelie. Let's drive backwards. Nope, no good. Look around this side and floor it. Jump over a rock. Tactical jump. You know what? This works. Just turn the right direction and keep going. Okay, terrain. I think we can mostly go here. There might be pebbles and stuff, but not too bad. A lot of routing. That's probably another olivine. Oh, I see it. Cresting the horizon on CurbNet. The slopes are real. And we're heading right for them. The legend. They do exist. We ride. The rocks are really becoming an obstacle, though. Okay, let's snake here. Head a little bit to the left. Cut through like that. It's like that's the slope, almost. Okay. Pebble's good. Turn. Ooh, risky proposition, but we made it. CurbNet's a little confused about our orientation. Bigger rocks. This is fine. I'm trying to preserve my RCS because we're below half and I haven't started returning to the base yet. So I'm worried we'll run out if I expend it too haphazardly. Which is why I've really tried to up my security. Safer turns, safer drives. Slower speeds, smaller rocks. The slopes really are just a strip in between two biomes. If Kerbin had rivers... Actually, I think Kerbin does have rivers, never mind. I think we're here. Like, in a few seconds, we'll cross the threshold. This is the slope. And you can tell. I think we're here. EVA. Slopes. Okay. Start killing our speed. Hopefully, the brakes are good enough to hold stable on the slopes. If not, it's fine. Yeah. Science time. Log temp. Log pressure. Log seismic. Log gravity. Goo. Science Junior. Oh, look at it all. Beautiful. Alright, collect all in there. Now for phase 2. Enman, exit the vessel. Restore. Restore. Board. Okay. Conduct study. Observe goo. Collect. Collect. Restore. Restore. Store. Oh, stand up, please. Board. There we go. Oh, wait, I forgot to do the actual, I forgot the actual surface sample. Out of the seat again. There you go. Okay, EVA. Surface sample. Good. Store experiments. Alright, I already did EVA. Or just transmit. Not the point. The point is another surface sample. Good. Store it in that one. Board. Great. That slopes. And we really can't confirm anything else nearby. Like, this is all we have to work with. We got lowlands over here, lowlands over here. The flats we were just out, the slopes we're on right now. Operationally, we don't know if there's anything left, so it's back to base we go. Good mission. So we're looking for the grand parabolic relay, so that's going to be a left turn. I'm going to ascend to the top here simply because it's flatter terrain. And I don't want to go along the slopes and then, like, slip down awkwardly. In case of emergency, Enman can ditch the rover, take the data out of one of these, preferably the left one, and then fly home with jetpack. And then from there, the rover can slowly drive its way back without pilot. And hopefully all is well. We're almost at the rim. Tactical spin. Classic barrel roll type stuff. I'd say aileron, but we don't have one. Ooh, craggy bit of terrain on the edge, huh? Up we go. Nice jump. This looks different. Is it different, or is it just more vertical, and all of the olivine I've looked at so far has been on a hillside? I'll check it out, see what it calls itself. But I think it's just another olivine. Big one, though. Yep, olivine formation. We already have this. I'm holding out hope there's something different on, like, the highlands. Okay, I think we follow along the high ridge. Along this way, and then just keep going. Real careful, because the craggy terrain means we're going to be doing unplanned jumps very frequently. Like this one. Okay, I think I understand the plan. We're gonna go down around this hill here. This immediate one. Go over this bump ahead. And then, like, go left of the second lump on the next hill ridge. I don't know if I'm using correct terminology, but I know what I mean. Basically, straight line in the direction I'm looking. And then when we get to a lower altitude on the other side, then we'll turn right. I want to dodge the large hill to our right side by going down this middler hill here. Means we're going to have a lot of rocks to dodge in a few seconds, but not a disaster. I think we just cut through this sector, then turn left. Snake around, we'll get through safely. There's another olivine over there. Okay, less rocks here. Bit easier going. I feel a lot more secure when I can actually see the lesser flats on CurbNet. Rock zone, rock zone, rock zone, rock zone. Just enough clearance, good. So dodge these rocks and then head left. I am not dodging these rocks. I have failed to dodge the rocks, as predicted. That's how you become right. No, don't give me the scary music when we're going into the important part. Okay, we either follow this hill to the next hill, then go down a steep slope, or follow the shallow slope. One is more dangerous in a single moment, the other has a lot more rocks. I think I'm going to take the shallower, rockier path. Lowlands. I thought I could see the flats on the map, but I think that's just shading for fanciness. It like tries to superimpose the biome data and the altitude data by giving the biome shading, but it sometimes confuses you into thinking that there are other biomes when there aren't. Got a bit of a moment of peace. Few rocks. I can see rocks ahead of me. I'm going to try and dodge them by turning right. Something I'm learning about the rover, if I like roll right and turn right at the same time, the wheels stick on the ground a bit better. I think that should maybe be standard practice for this rover going forward. Okay, we have big speed, but few rocks. As long as I'm looking deep ahead, I can kind of predict where they're going to be and avoid them. Okay. Pebbly rocks ahead. Not too bad, not too bad. The advantage of the pebbly rocks is they don't have collision. We're gonna hit a heavier field up ahead, though. Need to slow down. Quickly. Okay, more pebbly rocks. Keep going, keep being stable. Unavoidable large rock formation. I'm gonna turn left. And then do a hard right. Too hard right. Stabilize forward. Okay. We keep going. Mostly follow downhill. The bias towards east. The rocks. Lesser flaps on CurveNet! We have vision. We can see the lesser flats again. I'm about to hit this rock. Yep. That's okay. It's okay because we see lesser flats again. We just gotta navigate this painful rock field and head towards the flats. Up, down. Okay, watch our speed. Okay. Downwards crest here, into rock zone. The threat is letting our speed get too high right now. No, I want to take a straight line back home, but I think it's safer if I just lower my altitude here first. Does this warrant the RCS? Not yet. Just follow prograde down the hill. And 4-point landing almost. Ah, the worst of both worlds. Steep slopes and rocks. Sugar Hill is only 16 kilometers away, and the actual vehicle we're using to leave is only less than 15. We can make it. This trajectory has few rocks in it. I'm gonna take it. Straight ahead. As long as there's no rocks, a higher speed is less dangerous. Altitude's decreasing, increase the field of view of CurbNet. We can no longer see the flats because our altitude's decreased. But I'm pretty confident once we go up this hill ahead of us, we'll see it again. We'll be too close not to. Oh. Those are pebbles, but still, just in case. I did a tactical wheelie. Just very slightly, I tilted the right side of the vehicle up. Okay, more rocks inbound. Heavily, mostly to the right. Have our left wheels go over the empty space. Good. Turn right. It's mostly clear. A few bands of boulders we gotta go through. Aim for the wherever we can aim. We're losing aiming rights by doing this. Okay. Level out. Level out. We're good. Not so good as you think. Moving on. Turn right, follow around this smooth area, then head over the hill. Keep our speed around 10, but not too much higher. I say accelerating. Head through the shallow rocks. Do we have enough clearance? Maybe. It's gonna be tight. Good. Another one up ahead. We had clearance for the previous one. We should have clearance for this one too. Just in case, tactical wheelie may be warranted. Ah, no, the rocks are shallow. We're fine. These rocks are equally shallow. Drive right over them, keep going. Rocks in front of us are a bit of a bigger deal, so slow down, turn left. That might be good enough. It was. Shallow rocks here. We have a procedure, we have a system, we have protocols, we have instinct. All this is working for us. I see the flats once more. Our flats. The lesser flats. And through this, we return. It'll be a steep descent to get there, but once we're through that, it is smooth ground and smooth sailing on the ground. But before we get to that, we gotta do some rough tides. Okay, at least there's not any big rocks in the way. Oh, narrowly avoided that rock. Tactical wheelie. Okay, brake, hard reverse. Slow us down. Alright, we're at safe speeds. Proceed. Even if we hit a rock, we have time to correct. All these casual flips I gotta do just to operate this rover. We have line of sight of Sugar Island. Actually, I think Sugar Island's below the horizon. But that's just a matter of how small Minmus is. Pretty sure we have line of sight of the ship, though. Big boulder? No problem. Maybe not. It might still be over the horizon. Okay, just follow the hill down, keep our speed low, dodge rocks. Harder to see the rocks when the ground is curving away from you. They hide below the horizon. Do not be lulled into a false sense of security. We are continually in danger. I don't see any rocks. And I think I see the edge of the flats. Home free? One jump? Level home free. All right. Let's get back home. Accelerate to coasting speed. We are out of here. We should look out for green rocks, but other than that, we are just smooth coasting to the rocket. Gotta have some care for safety. I mean, we're gonna be back at the rocket soon. My estimate is like 3 minutes. The 3 minutes we get to the rocket, we go back to Kerbin, we buy our science, we maybe theorize on a few new ship designs, maybe upgrade the Grand Parabolic, maybe do like a quick moon mission after that, I don't know. Legally speaking, I've hit like my standard threshold for a stream time, but I very frequently go over that. Enman's happy though. Right, of course. Well, Duna is definitely the next step. I need to refine my math. I need to refine my method. I need to get a satellite in low orbit around the sun. And with that, I can get a good measure of Duna's semi-major axis. Once we have that, I can pretty much just do the same Minmus trick with a ship with a lot of Delta V. And then we can do our big fancy Duna mission, but for all of my imprecision in measurement, it's gonna have to be counteracted by me making just a massively over-engineered ship. And I should probably do it with probes first. Just, I don't want to have lost life. We also need to get a relay network up and running strong enough to get that low sun orbit satellite to do camera work. More accuracy will be needed. It's more so I need better methods or more ability to crunch data. I've been making exact numbers of measurements to do exact math on exact equations. I'm gonna have to switch to taking a lot of measurements and then averaging them to get like a refined orbit. That's going to require me to just look at a lot of math in between streams. There's also more science to get, better technology. I can get the nerve engines for more fuel efficiency, which is good for interplanetary. I can try and design a better orbital telescope. But the 3-prong or bungle Mark II was a pretty decent method, but nothing beats just waiting a single orbit and seeing the periodicity of it. Either way, I think next stream will probably have some Duna measuring technology involved in its workflow. Okay, I don't know why EVA reported I wanted to leave the seat. The Orbungle Mark II, yeah. It's gonna be probably called like the Solar Bungle. Because of the whole sun orbit thing. Hey crew, how you doing? I got science to transfer over. Good rover though. Second one goes into here. Or this. Okay, now we can start thinking about getting home. Where's Kerbin? Where's the sun? Where's Kerbin? Makeshift relay to KSC. Kerbin is that away. Okay, I think more important, let's just go into a low easterly orbit. Call that good enough. See where we go. We got plenty of fuel on board, as long as we don't go crazy escape velocity in a weird direction. Switch to there. I think we're escaping. Yep, we escaped. Okay. Let's figure out where periapsis is and then just regular Hulkman stuff. And once again, it seems that our return shall be tragically on the night side. Been a while since I had to bring this up. It's been several hours. Okay, so current altitude is 41397,000. We want a target altitude of, let's go conservative, 30,000. Target velocity is 49.8. Okay. Okay. It did not alert us to a collision, so I think that's good. Oh, it's just named after the person who invented it. Like a scientist. Also, I think it's like H-O-H-H. Sorry, it's H-O-H-M-A-N-N. I gotcha. The Hoffman transfer orbit. Okay, moment of truth. How good are we on this? I'm not going to hyperwarp because I want to make sure that we're going in at an altitude. The SGP that I have measured for Kerbin, I don't trust. We will need to do another measurement of that. Moon, get out of the way, please. I do not need your SOI ruining today. Looking good. Looking good. Okay, now that we're committed, I'm going to check what our periapsis actually is using the maneuver mode button. 28.9. That is actually quite good. It's not the map view, and I don't like using it too much. I never use it to, like, check my work. Only after it's too late to stop me. Alright. Jettison. Retrograde, surface mode, turn off SAS. We fallen. Arrivederci to you, lower stage. You served us well. Oh, we've moved over to collision. Now, collision doesn't strictly mean collision. It simply means really, really low periapsis. For planets with atmosphere, you can get that camera shift, but still not be periapsis 0. Though in my case, the distinction hardly matters. We're going down. Spin. Okay, 22 kilometers, currently at Mach 3. Once we get under Mach 1, we can deploy chutes. Kilometers, approaching Mach 2 and lowering. We'll be fine. Good descent. Okay. So surface radar is a bit lower than sea level radar, which means we are landing on land. Okay, we're under Mach 1, deploy chutes. And now we wait. Oh, something crashed somewhere. And we got science data from it. Cool. Oh, wow. We are actually quite high up. Some highlands. No, it's just the deserts. More science! Wait, if we're getting seismic data from this far away, we certainly are close to the Space Center then, yeah? The game has crashed. Okay. We will be with you shortly. You probably deserve the music. Here you go. So while the game reasserts itself, let's talk the plan for the future. I do think it's worthwhile to pursue and explore just a stream dedicated to gathering data. If we're going to be going interplanetary, we need to get good data. And if we can't get good precise data, then we need good volume of data. We're gonna have error all abound, but just by sheer number of measurements, we should get something close to an average. My ideal, and like the emergency scenario, is doing what we did for the last Minmus measurement. And what we did was we set the Orbungle scope to a set direction, put Minmus in the center of it, and then time warped until Minmus came back. That gave us the orbital period in objective numbers, with an error of the physical movement of the Orbungle scope in its orbit. But given the Orbungle scope's orbit was pretty low, and Minmus's orbit was pretty high, that was good enough. So what we need to do for Duna, or any of the other planets, in that method is to get a satellite, an Orbungle scope of our very own, into as low of a sun orbit as possible, preferably even below Moho and stuff. That's going to require a massive rocket, but it's not going to require anything more complicated than a massive rocket. We can't do gravity assists, because that would require us to know where the planets are. Yeah, like real low stuff. Alright, game's starting to load in again. Let me just, see how bad it is, how much we've lost. Hopefully we're just back in orbit and I can just careen the thing down as needed. Alright, we're here. Wish me luck. The game crashed again. Okay, this is starting to be a concern. Like, clearly something has fundamentally gone wrong. Well, I guess we can have this screen instead. You already got the regular standby. So, this is a worry. I'm starting to try and level out the worst case scenario here. The worst case scenario is that the save file itself is completely destroyed. It's just unusable. We try and load it in, the game crashes. Second worst case scenario is that it will assert itself, it will work, but the game will have auto-saved into an unrecoverable situation and we will lose the crew. Best case scenario is that the crash has brought us back in time and I could just take control of the ship and redo what I did before. Yeah, I'm hoping it's not dead too. You don't get chat on this screen, do you? Here, let me boot it up. I don't use my sidereal scenes that much. It's mostly just game to end card. So I'm not used to managing these. Well, the game is loading in at least. I appreciate it. They're interesting stuff. Streams 1 and 2 were a lot of learning the mechanics, the math. It's kind of fun to go through it all, and most of what we're using now is just that old work in routine. Okay, well, game's back, if you believe me. Let's see how this goes. I'm going to make sure this is like functioning before I bring us back to the actual proper scene. You get the preview by looking in my eyes. Going into map view, tracking station. You're in the tracking station. So far, so good. Grand Parabolic is on a suborbital trajectory. Hope. We have hope. Out here hoping. Behold! Everything is vaguely fine. I am, as an emergency measure, saving the game. I am not going to revert for things of my own failing, but if the game is buckling under the pressure, I am willing to revert stuff. I don't know what went wrong last time, but we should be clear for another attempt. Okay. Anti-normal. Stage it. Retrograde. Surface. SAS off. Proceed. Now we just wait to land again. Also, for your reference, this is stream, I think, 7 of doing this KSP mapless thing. And I think as of 2 days ago, streams 1 through 6 are on the archive YouTube. So, they are available. Wait until below Mach 1. Clear. Warp forward. Okay, meth with nothing. Alter nothing. Okay, good. I don't know how good the navigation is. I don't really do the marketing stuff. I just stream and upload the VODs. I make the thumbnails, of course, but I'm like one of 5 people. They all do their own things as well. Okay, we are going to land and nothing's going to crash. Nothing crashed. Recover. Secure the crew, secure the science. Come on. We good! 600 science. Beautiful. Crew secured. We're back. Heck yeah. That is a lot. Alright, what do we get from it? So, immediate things I'm looking at. Nerve engine. And some liquid fuel tanks from the heavy aerodynamics sector. That would cost us a grand total of about 760. Then we can get something like specialized control. We have large volume containment, which is giving us the S3 line, but if we want the S4 line, we'd have to get high performance fuel. That might be overkill, but we are building bigger rockets nowadays. We already got the best engines tech can buy, so that's not an issue. We also got, like, the babiest jet engines we could get. So, really, we get these heavy fuel lines and we can have a nuclear orbital stage. Definitely necessary for getting that low sun orbit satellite. The Hyperbungle. Precision engineering. There's also... the RTGs for free power would be nice. Where's ion thrust? Have we already gotten ion thrust? It's heavy, metamaterials, metalworks. Where's the ions? Large probes, no. Here it is, ion propulsion. It's hidden behind scanning tech. Okay, so we have a choice. With this science, we either get ion propulsion or we get nuclear propulsion plus the fuel tanks for nuclear propulsion. This problem is temporary, of course. We can always just go to the moon or min-miss to another biome and do another mission, but that's not for today. It'll probably be next stream of this, alongside starting to do some observations. Actually, that might be the system. We get one of them here, then next stream we do a mission, get the other, then build the solar bungle. I want the massive airstream protective shell as well. I just like having big fairings. Okay, let's just commit to the bit, because the nerve will support both unmanned and manned missions. We'll get it. We got it. This propeller this propeller technology does nothing for us, but it's a stepping stone to heavy aerodynamics, so we need it. Get it? Get it. Okay, so we don't have the long Mark III liquid fuel fuselage, but we have the short form. The solar bungle would be usable for every planet, yes. We only need the one. Just one probe. Just one probe as deep as we can get it. Before we iron things out completely, let's upgrade the Grand Parabolic to be less terrible. I have some complaints. First off, we have the solar power problem. This one I think is pretty easy. The reason we have the solar panels angled outwards like this is because this lower stage is designed to land and stay on the ground. So it doubles as a ground relay. So every time we land on a moon or a planet, our satellite network improves. But it means that while in flight, there is a critical blind spot where it does not get to see anything. Solution to that, I think, is to just invest in solar panels for the upper stage. That way, just casually, when we get into space, we open those up, and now we have power. In earlier versions of our lander, we could not do this because it was obstructed by the satellites and other stuff, but now we have the room and the margins. Okay, second, this design down here is iffy but acceptable. Okay, now for the real improvement. Let's check out our engines here. Right now we're utilizing a single bell poodle, which is just a poodle but longer. No further better stats or anything, it's just a poodle. Cheetah, Swivel, Nerve, where is the poodle? Skipper, Wolfhound, here's the poodle. So right now, the ISP of this thing is 350 and its thrust is 250. We can accept lowering the ISP slightly, but we need more thrust. More than 250 at least. So what are our options? Already the Wolfhound looks like a solid improvement. In practice, it's basically just like 1.5 poodles. But that's good. ISP of 380. Let's check our options here. The skiff thrust is 300. This thrust is 375, so Wolfhound's a bit better for the task. 240, 215. The Terrier, we could substitute to the Terrier and just have a lot of them. But we need like 6 just to match it. Mastodon. The Rhino is powerful and its ISP is not that worse. But for a thrust of 2,000. Interesting. The Vector ISP is too low. 300, 310, 350, 380. Yeah, I think the Wolfhound is a good combination. It's a good balance of better thrust and better ISP. It'll still be relatively slow, but it'll be better. And it'll be more fuel efficient. So that's just flat out better. So good on the Wolfhound. Up here, everything is mostly normal. Bit eccentric, but normal. But yeah, that's the Grand Parabolic improved. Happy to have it. Call this the... Let's call this the Grand Inclination. Also, 17 is taken. We go 18. Staging still good. Yes, in practice, we want the fairing to deploy before the new engine. So, swap that stage. Yeah, we can do a moon mission to test. We can even go to a new biome, get like extra 300. That might be enough. So, crew. Roncott had to sit out on the previous mission, so I think we bring him along for this one. Sorry, Tedamon, you're sticking at home. Everything good here. Staging good. Staging set. Grand Inclination is ready. Let's begin. No rover this time. Moon missions are easy. Okay, Roncott, Enman, Catbro. We proceed. This is the grand inclination in 3, 2, 1, launch. Now we're lifting an extra ton or two just due to the engine being bigger, but that should not matter in the grand schemes, especially considering the better ISP. Looking forward to how much better it really is. Start tilting, Ron Cop. I don't think Roncott takes high G's well. I don't think he's like nervous. I think he's just like a little motion sick. Something's wrong. Why do we have 2 smoke trails? Tilt over more. We have not launched the middle engine. I got distracted by the weird smoke observation. We have not turned over nearly enough. It's okay, keep pushing it. Flame out. Stage. We proceed. Good on orbit trajectory. Keep going. Focus on the laterals. 1,000 times the square root of 2 divided by 2 should be enough to get us orbital. Or at least vacuum. Go like pure horizontal. 4 kilometers and rising. Staging in 3, 2, 1. Bearings deployed. Maybe I should have set up an action group for the solar panels, but whatever. Okay, yeah, this is going to be a bit of a high orbit for LKO work, but we'll manage. Okay, chamber is clear. Let's go to ApoApps to see what we're working with. Okay, it's below 130,000, so I'm going to say that's within margin. Let's get some math on this, boyo. 116,770. And then let's just work to basically circularize. 2218.0. Ready, set, go. I pressed the wrong button. I've suddenly forgotten how to play the game. You ever have that where you just suddenly forget all of your memory and how to operate? Okay, thrust is fine. Oh, we are descending. The greater thrust hasn't caused miracles to happen, but it's an improvement. Looking for the moon real quick. I'm gonna try and reset where our periapsis is so I can run the numbers again. Which is why I'm burning like almost vertical. Okay. Try this from here. 108,794. To, let's say, 100,000. 2224.1. Go for it. Oh, sorry. Okay, that is confusing amount of commas and question marks, but understandable. 2274.8 is close enough. Oh, nope, sorry, I was going by the previous numbers. We wanted 2224. Whatever, it's a circle. We can deal with a circle. I tend to cycle what streams I'm doing on like a once-a-week basis, so this is probably the only KSP mapless stream of this week. But I did also just end Blueprints, so there's room for an extra stream or two. I don't know, probably around like Tuesday. For this specifically. For other streams of me in general, probably tomorrow. If not Monday. Well, okay, tomorrow technically because of the RFC, but that's not really a me stream. It's just sort of a stream I host. I don't host it. I host stuff. I'm not on the stream functionally. I'm gonna stop talking and just go to the moon. Okay, as that thing points forward, let's get our numbers here. Semi-major axis of the moon is basically 12 million. Target radius paste as value. Our altitude is currently, let's say, 133,223. Calculate that in 3011.6. Go. I think maybe the Wolfhound is still not powerful enough. Unfortunate, really. Just the faster we can start and end our burns, the more accurate our numbers will be. Like, I ain't calculating burn times and how those affect things on this. Sticking to 3011.6 though. There we are. Been a while since we did a moon mission. Last one was to drop off the rover, but I don't really have any memories of it. It wasn't memorable, we just landed a rover. We're not even going to use the rover because of how badly it went on Minmus. It's kind of been decommissioned. It's more of a probe now. Oh, you are kidding me. We did a perfectly executed hop over the moon's location. That was incredible. Wait, no, we're here. Oh wait, no, we're still Kerbined. I'm a little confused as to what's going on. I'm just gonna burn away until it makes sense. I'm hoping that the moon will just catch us right now, based on my understanding of where it is relative to us. It did. Something went wrong. Game's gone again. Steam is also no longer responding. Okay. Okay, hold on. Things are going a little unstable. If I were superstitious, I would attribute this to the okay, so fun lore about Kerbal Space Program and just the Unity game engine in general. A dangerous vulnerability, like a security vulnerability, was recently discovered in the Unity engine dating back to like somewhere in the 2019s or something, 2017, I'm not sure. Point is, Kerbal Space Program is made in the Unity engine, and so it is liable to this vulnerability. Most Unity games that are well supported have been patched to fix this vulnerability, which is just to say, rebuild the game on the latest version of Unity engine so that it's after the bug has been fixed. Unfortunately, Kerbal Space Program is going through so much bureaucratic ownership changes over its history that there is no one, basically, working on the game that can update the game to fix this vulnerability. Which means we're kind of just stuck with it. Granted, the vulnerability doesn't affect the game natively, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. They ended development, so they can't fix this security bug. Superstitiously, I'd like to say that it's the fault of that vulnerability, but if I were actually under the effects of that vulnerability, the entire computer would be compromised. Like, I'd just be done for. I'd be doomed. And the only way that anything could affect this is if there was, like, a mod that affected it. Because the normal vanilla game doesn't really use the internet for any features, so there's no, like, vector of access. How far back are we? Okay, the grand inclination's on a suborbital trajectory. That's good. Let's just go to it. Okay, where are we? Okay, this was right before... Alright. You have a good sleep. Have a good day. Meanwhile, I'm going to do this moon mission. Okay, so try not to go at high speed and ruin the crew and also crash the game. Oh, there's a freeze. Oh, okay, I think I understand what went wrong last time. It caught us on the tail end of that, huh? Okay, this is actually a little tricky, I think, in terms of fuel we have. I'm gonna try and lay us north. Hopefully we can miss the moon. Okay, lower stage is exhausted. Stage it. We only have 1200 Delta V on this, huh? I'm a little worried that's not enough. With our current angle being like this, if I lower, we should find a point where there it is. Okay. We can always abort so long as it's before the landing is complete. So I'm kind of going to try and go for it. Let's open CurbNet. Okay, we are at the poles, basically. Looking at it, I think maybe the best course of action is to go straight into a landing attempt. But that would imply lowering to circular anyway, so let's just do that. Pause it. 13675. 675. Let's just do 1300 flat. So 551. We can do that. And burn. Alright, good enough. Okay, we're past the poles, so how about we warp around and get ready to go for the poles? If we abandon... Okay, like, it's gonna be close. Whether we have enough fuel to land and get science. I'm gonna try, but... Worst case scenario, we just land with the ascent stage. Okay, here's the poles threshold. I'm going for it. Alright, we got about 100 meters per second of reserve fuel. But we're basically going to have to do this perfectly. You ready, you three? We've had a bad day today. In fact, we've had such a bad day, I'm going to F5 in case the game crashes again. Man, we could not be cutting this any closer, huh? Okay, here's the problem. We're rolling. Okay, focus radial out. Focus radial out. Whatever happens, focus radial out. Well, this is awkward. How do we resolve this? I think I have a little bit of a plan. So for the most part, we're stable. The thing that ruined us is we landed on a really steep, like, piece of land. So what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and roll down to stabler land. And then from there, that'll be where we set up and then separately mount a rescue mission. I'm curious as to how much of the stuff on the relay has survived. Is the science still good? I'm curious. I'm going to try and deliberately roll myself over to the relay, which I think has come to a stop. Off we go. Relay still marks itself as functioning, which is a good sign. Okay, I think that's good enough. Roncott, survey the situation. Okay, so what's the status of the vessel? The ascent stage has been destroyed, but the lower sections of the ship appear to be intact. So as much as we don't have a ride home, we can pretty much just do our mission still. Just get a new ship over here. I think ultimately we stopped respecting the moon as a threat. We were going to Minmus with all of its low gravity. The hard part's getting to it, but moon, we genuinely have to care about our fuel and stuff. Okay. We have no control over the vessel. This is due entirely to it just being out of relay access to anything. No, it's because it's got no antennas on it. Okay. I see, I see. Enman, can you still do science with this? Like, sure, it doesn't have control, but we can control. Okay, we can control. The science looks secure. Looks safe. Let's do some science. Where's the gravity stuff? Maybe the other side. Or maybe we never put gravitometers on this thing. It would be a colossal blunder if so. Or maybe this side's one just exploded. Maybe the gravitometer is too new. Okay. Well. Best way to do this, I suspect, is to just, like, wedge ourselves in. Observe the goo. Store that. Take the pressure data. Take the seismic. No. Take the data. Log temperature. No. Take data. Okay. EVA report. Surface sample. Now, Catbro, as engineer on this mission, you'll be in charge of taking the second round of tests. Eventually. Oh, only a scientist can conduct the experiments. Okay, so Enman, you will have to conduct the experiments and then Capro can take them. If I understand this right. Okay. With that done, Capro, now you can collect data. You can collect data. Okay, so the mission can proceed. Problem with us being on the poles is that we're never really gonna get any actual sunlight. I think best thing to do is simply go to the most level part of the terrain, which I guess is here. This will make it easier to find from orbit. Okay, time for that rescue mission. We have conducted ourselves horribly this operation, and I hope to correct that. First off, the thrust on the grand inclination is nowhere near sufficient. I just thought the game crashed again. No, we're good. We need a better engine. We need a good engine. $340, 200, I think, is good enough. It might be too big. Well, let's see here. $3,520 versus we got our new wides. $352, $3,960. This is just strictly more. All right. Then instead of this, we can use a proper rated adapter as soon as I can find one. I'd have to make it structural. Not even close. You know, that's almost right. So what if I did just make it Mark III? 1100, 2500, that'd be like 36 something. Is just about correct. Okay. Okay. Biggest coupler we got. There's no possible way we have an adapter big enough to handle this. Yeah, no. I feel like something in aerodynamics, a nose cone that has an attachment point? No. No such luck. Way too small on payload. This is a monstrosity. We've created it. Goodness me, goodness me. How the heck are we gonna get out of this mess? I suppose we could abandon the lower stage. This is very experimental for a rescue craft. Let's see here. This is 6 Pollux solid fuel boosters. How much thrust do we need on that? Okay, 6 Pollux, that's 1,300 times 6, so something in the 780 range, 78 range. Oh, boy. My goodness, my goodness. It's not even wider. It's not even wider. That's the problem here. But I think the solution is clear. Liquid fuel center stage. So this is a thoroughbred. Thoroughbred thrust is 1,700. Let's say we go mammoth. Okay, this is possibly one of the largest rockets I've ever built. Question on payload. Do we have a larger fairing? We do. We maybe abandon this Mark III adapter type nonsense. Just double up these. Swap out this. Get all the important components out of here. Take you out with this. Okay, interstage nodes on. Oh, what the? Okay, there we go. It's looking stable in flight already. I reckon I'm going to need multiple of those. Got any, like, large probes yet? No Hex 2? No Hex 2. Alright, Octo it is. Control will be dictated by some communitrons we put on the side. There we go. I'm looking at this now and I'm suddenly questioning, did I put an antenna on the old design? That's a really big blunder if yes. Oh, too late now. Fuel tank, let's go for double up. I don't think these will be sufficient. We're performing some absurd stunts. Needs to be said. Ooh, I don't like that amount of clearance. Appreciate some more. Okay, struts. Cycle one to the other. And cycle upon to itself. Okay, quick test run. No crew. I just want to see if this thing holds together. The upper stage is as it was before. Launch it. If it does accidentally hold up, this might be the rescue craft. Okay. Test launch in 3, 2, 1. Oh my goodness, it holds up. It at least goes up. And it seems like the SRBs have gimbaling. They do. That is some advanced tech. Do we have a winner? Because it feels like we may have a winner. We may have stumbled our way into something that wins. Nope. We've experienced a loss. Ah, forget it. The entire test is botched. Let's just, abandon the mission. I was right to be worried about the clearance issue. I'm just not sure how to solve it from here. Maybe we employ some of the, like, emergency ejector tech. Literally glue a flea to this thing. Keep these aligned. Then... So the hope is that these will all splay outwards and kind of just laterally translate the boosters away. Separate to that, I had another opinion. I don't remember what it was. Oh, right. The emergency reserve fuel. I don't want to repurpose this area for that now. That lowered the fuel. No, sorry, it raised it by 8. Okay. We may need to abandon recovery starts. No, we can just cut the engines a little sooner, I guess. It'll be like the test rockets for the rovers. Okay, test this. Crew is still empty as desired. Go for it. I think there's a future where we attempt to sort of optimize our vessels a bit for their purpose. Like, we make this the science ship, but then we make a dedicated same class of ship rescue variant. Completely stripped down for extra Delta V. Stuff like that. I'm committed to rescuing the crew, though. All right. Launch in 3, 2, 1, go. Hoping the little mite engines won't incur too much drag. I doubt it. It's the lowest stage, so it's the slowest speeds. Please work. Oh, it's beautiful. That worked wonders. It's going. We're going. To space and the moon and to rescue the crew. To up. Oh yeah, we went way too up. I need to learn how to pilot this thing. Need to learn its flight profile. Felt like audio broke for a second. Okay, pause. Let's figure out the numbers here. 177048. I guess we're circularizing. 2130. Reasonable enough. .8. Perfect. Alright, let's go to the moon. There's the moon. Okay, proper check. $172,677 to 12 million. 2929.1. I think I'm gonna run out of fuel before we get there. We have no probe on this section to be able to restore itself, so we have to keep going. Oh, went too far. Ooh, rotating this is gonna be a pain. Also, back to 2929.1, please. Alright, close enough. I got high hopes for this because we did that orbit burn in record time. So deviation due to our altitude should be lower. And indeed! It's like we are clear. My plan here is to actually kill my entire velocity and go into a polar orbit immediately. Enough. Okay, the north. Okay, that should be low orbit. Let's go to periapsis, see what we're working with. Also, before I forget, solar panels. Definitely got to set up an action group for that. As we get closer, hopefully we can find the beacon. Okay, we're here. Let's run some math. We got 39534. I'd like something closer to 15,000, please. 507.2, okay. Pretty good. Okay, we'll flip over and circularize on the other side. Wait, that's the rescue beacon. That's the rescue beacon. That is the rescue beacon right there. Did it. Let's just go for it. If we've got radar control now, we'll probably have radar control on site. We don't really have control unless the thrusters are going, so... Okay, all focus on getting target. Good. Over the poles there. Camera's going to be a little weird. Okay. Prep retrograde. It's going to be a bit of a drop, but I think it's worth it to do this now. Okay, everything's converging pretty good, but we need to be pretty precise. It's a steep hole. Visibility will be low. Careful. Wow, we did indeed just land right in the middle of a big hole, didn't we? That stinks. Okay, get as close to the beacon as possible. It's the only level ground we know. Though, be careful not to torch anyone involved. We got plenty of fuel, just keep the velocities low, hover slowly down. Final approach. Lighting conditions are a bit better than the last time we were here, so that's good. Ready. Well. You know, it's an improvement. Oh. No. Hey everyone, your ride's here. Yeah, let's get you out of the way, cat bro. Just stay nice and safely uphill for a second. I'll deal with this. Oh. Oh, I guess you live. Cool. That's shit. Hypothetically, a great time in the world for some nice RCS. Okay, well, this will have to do. All right, everybody in. If you're thinking this is a terrible idea, and that your attempts to right the ship will just incur more disaster, I generally agree with you. However, oh man, I'm gonna have trouble just getting into the ship. I have an idea. We don't need to take the whole ship, because we know that the ascent stage is good enough to just let us leave. Or at least get us into orbit, and then we can do another rendezvous rescue. Nice flip. Okay, the science is good there. And Capro will have the other science and put it in the modules before entering. Good. Nice spin! Okay, everyone's on board, everything's good and checked and fine and good and good. We are away! Okay, we're on the South Pole, so we want to go west to leave. We want to go that way. Yeah, because we are very south. I think this logic holds up under scrutiny. We didn't even name the place. That place doesn't deserve a name. It's inhospitable. I will destroy the beacon, though, just because I don't want it on the tracking stations list. That should be escape. We are good. Well, we're losing this, but it's basically another relay. It will continue to serve and function and be useful. Not if I do that, though. Alright. Apoapsis. 11154,000. Target altitude is, let's say, 27500. Trying to space it out. 174.4. All right. We should be clear to return. After what was quite a disastrous series of attempts. Oh, hey, an eclipse. Right over the the edge. Stage, retrograde, surface mode, disable. Mach 3. Mach 2. Things are loading. Mach 1. Deploy shoots. I think we're good. There it is. Ground. Too far to do science on. Guess we're on the other side of the planet. Mindful of the tree. Oh boy. Okay, we're good. Hit a tree on the way down. Recover the vessel. Okay. So the grand inclination as initially designed has some problems. Some of them are user error. The rescue ship is very well engineered on the lower stages. We need to factor in some way of returning the lower stage if it's so good it can actually do part of the injection burn. We might even want to forego the upper stage then, if that's the case. 490 science. And the crew is safely back. That leads us to this new scanning tech. Desirable. Oh, we do have mining power. We should use it. Okay, let's do that. Then about another 400 more science and we can get ourselves ion tech. Will really let us do some high efficiency stuff. But I'm going to stop now before anything else goes wrong. We've had like 3 crashes and just floppy work near the later stages there. I think I need to respect the game more. What it has to tell me. What it threatens with all that it does. Alright, next time we get a little more science, get some ion tech, and try and build the solar bungle. I'm Exception. This is InTV. Have a good day and good night.